The President, please be seated. The court is now in session. Today, the chamber is going to hear the statement of civil party group 2. 3 civil parties are scheduled according to the last revised schedule. The greffier is now instructed to report the attendance of the parties to the proceedings and the persons concerned. The greffier, Mr. President, the parties to the proceedings today are all present. The civil parties, Madame Sonti, Madame Sontari Pangut, and another civil party are all present, awaiting call from the trial chamber. The President, Mr. Kaing Guek Eav, you take the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning.
សូមអរគុណលោកប្រធានសូមគោរពលោកស្រីចៅក្រមខ្ញុំនឹងមានសំណើខ្លីមួយ
I am hearing in Khmer in the channel 2.
The President, Mr. Kaing Guek Eav, could you please repeat your statement because we only heard just very little translation from your previous statement.
Yes, Your Honor. I would have a very, very short request for you, Mr. President. Yesterday when my last client, Mr. Pali, testified or talked to this court, he told you about his arm, what happened to his arm, and I should have, and I did not, and that is my mistake. I should have asked you for the record to reflect that indeed his left arm has been amputated. Because he was not sworn in, and because he's here today, can I ask your leave simply, and he could maybe stand up, simply for the record to reflect that indeed, as he told you, indeed his left arm has been amputated at the elbow. Can I just ask your leave for the record to reflect that fact? That's everything I'm asking. Thank you.
The President, the chamber allows you to do that. So, Mr. Ned Pali, could you please rise? And please show your amputated left arm. So we can now see that your left arm was amputated, and yesterday we already heard your account in relation to the problem, actually what happened to you that caused your left arm to be amputated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
The President, Ms. Silke Stutzinski, you take the floor.
Yes, good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Your Honors. Good morning to everybody. I would like to make first a request to the chamber regarding the order of the appearance of the civil parties today. And I would like to ask and agree, and the civil parties agree upon this, of course, that we hear first Mrs. Im Sunti, and then second Ms. Pung Suntari, and then Mr. Singh Van Di. That is my first request. And then regarding the time allocated to Mrs. Im Sunti, and who has 30 minutes, and her daughter Mrs. Plung Suntari, I would like to make the request to the chamber to allow us to take this time for both as one portion, because already the introduction and the documents to which I refer concern both civil parties and are rather time-consuming to note all the ERN numbers and so on. So I think it would be, I would appreciate if you allow us to take this time for both civil parties as one portion together, and not to separate it in 30 minutes and 3 hours and 30 minutes, so that we can deal on our own with this time allocated. These are my two requests. Thank you.
The President, your request is granted, and the Chamber hereby allows you to follow the requested order. There is no procedural defect in relation to the hearing of the statement of the civil parties in any orders. The court official is now instructed to call Madame Sun Thi Im. The President, good morning, Madame Sun Thi Im. Is your name Sun Thi Im, as I already said?
I'm sorry, I did not get the answer. Could you please repeat your question? Or I don't know if the answer was not translated or what happened, but to start again, thank you.
The President, I myself has not heard from her, because she appeared not to have responded to my question yet, so I will ask her again. Madame Sun Thi, is your name Sun Thi? The President, the court official, could you please make sure that we can hear from her? Because could you please move the mic a little bit away from her face? Because actually, to make sure that she can actually see the red light, and I myself or the judges of the bench can also see the red light. Madam Sunti, please respond to my question. Madam Sunti, good morning, Mr. President and Your Honors. My name is Sunti. President, how old are you? Response, I'm 70 years old. President, what is your nationality? Response, I am Cambodian. Question, where were you born? Response, I was born in Phnom Penh, Songkat number 6. Question, where do you live now? Response, I now live with my children at Tuol Kok. Question, what is your occupation? Response, in 1979, I worked at the Ministry of Public Transport, but now I am a pensioner. Question, from the 17th of April 1975 to the 6th of January 1979, where had you lived? What did you do? Response, from the 17th of April 1975, I, like other people in the country, were evacuated from the city and were made to work hard. We were separated from our family members. We were not given enough food, and we were made to work very hard. And as the President already knows, the work during this black cloth regime was brutal and intensive. Question, what is your parents' name? Response, my father's name was Toi. He was the principal of the pedagogue in French, École Annexe Normale. He dies. Question, what is your mother's name? Response, she is Trasoh, and she was a teacher in Phnom Penh. Question, can you tell the court about your marital status? Response, I got married to Professor Peng Ton on the 15th of June 1955. He was a professor who was executed by the Pol Pot people. In 1975, the 17th of April, I was evacuated along with my children and relatives. The President, could you please hold on? You may proceed with the account of your story later on. We only need to ask further information in relation to your identification and some basic information needed at this stage, and you will be allowed the floor to tell the court in details about the accounts. We would like now to give the floor to the Civil Party Lawyer Group 2 to briefly tell the court about the identity of Madame Sun Thi and the reason she has joined as a civil party, and also the grounds for the claims for civil reparation and in relation to the alleged facts in which the accused, Kaing Guek Eav, alias Duch, is the accused before the chamber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will make this introduction for Mrs. Im Sun Thi and for Mrs. Pung Suntari, the daughter, together because it's related. Madame Im Sun Thi has submitted already a copy of her identity card and to the chamber, and same for Mrs. Pung Suntari, who has as well the French consular card. The background of this civil party, Mrs. Im Sun Thi and her daughter, who will appear after her, Ms. Pung Suntari, is the following. Ms. Im Sun Thi lost her husband during the decay period and learned later that her husband was killed in S21. She was not aware during the decay period, because of the separation of families, that her husband was already killed. For her daughter, who represents then the whole family as well as Ms. Im Sun Thi, she lost her father, the professor Mr. Pung Ton, who was the former dean of the University of Phnom Penh and a law professor. She as well, the daughter, Ms. Pung Suntari, was not aware during the decay period what happened to her father. The interest to become here a civil party for both is to preserve the memory of the husband and the father, and to find the truth concerning the fate of Mr. Pung Ton, which is until now still hidden, and although several witnesses were asked, and including the accused, to disclose information, both civil parties and the whole family is still left without any knowledge what happened exactly to their husband and father. Concerning the reparations, both civil parties, Ms. Sunti and Ms. Pungsuntari, will leave these questions to their lawyers. I will now give the chamber documents that were submitted to support the civil party application. And these documents are all on the case file and can be grouped as follows. There are first different prisoner lists where Mr. Pungton appears at different times and shows that he was, when he was still alive, if it can be called alive, and then a biography, an autobiography, and different letters that he wrote and who are preserved. I will give as far as possible the ERN numbers and start with document D25/5/7. The Khmer ERN is 00188847 through 00188850. Sorry, I forgot 18 in the first number. I repeat the Khmer ERN number. It is 00188847 through 00188850. The English ERN number is 00274957 through 00234960. This is one prisoner list. Another prisoner list is the document number, has a document number D25/5/8. The Khmer ERN is 00188853 through 00188856. The English ERN is 00234961 through 00234962. The next prisoner list is the document with the number D25/5/11. This is a Khmer ERN 00188870 through 00188875. And the English ERN is 00239745 through 00239750. Then the next prisoner list is D25/5/9 with the Khmer ERN 00188858 through 59, and with the Khmer, with the English ERN 00239014 through 00239016. And then next prisoner list is D25/5/12. This is a Khmer, they have only the Khmer ERN number, which is 00188877 through 00188879. And then the last prisoner list where Mr. Pungton appeared, that is in the document with the number D25/5/13. And this has the Khmer ERN 00188881 through 00188882. And the English ERN is 335539 through 00335542. Then another document to support the application and the civil party application of these two civil parties is a biography from S21, which is on the case file under document number D25/5/9 with the Khmer ERN 00188857 through 00188859, and the English ERN is 0023 9013. Then on the case file is another document, which is an autobiography, but this document is not from S21, but was written during already the detention outside of S21, and can be found under the French ERN 00188817 through 00188822, and Khmer ERN 00188832 through 00188838. Then there are supporting documents, which are letters written by Mr. Phung Ton when he was abroad, and which will, where the civil parties will refer to later on. These letters can be found under the document numbers D25/5/1 and through with the French ERN number, which is the original. It was written in French, 001888 11 through 00188812, and the Khmer translation 00224277 through 78. The next letter from May 1975, also written abroad, can be found under the document number D25/5/2, and is also written in French in the original, and to find under the ERN number 00188813 through 00188814. And then the last document and letter is the document number D25/5/3 from 23rd of December 1975, and also written abroad under the in the original language French, and to find under the ERN number 00188815, and in Khmer 00284318. So far, these documents, and these documents, of course, refer are the basis and supporting documents for both civil party, for Mrs. Im Sun Thi and for Mrs. Phung Suntari. I would like to inform the chamber that first, Mrs. Im Sun Thi will give her statement and refer to her personal suffering as wife of Professor Mr. Phung Ton, and she will give this statement also to preserve the memory of her husband. And this will be a rather short statement, and more detailed will be then the daughter, Mrs. Pung Suntari. And I only want to inform the chamber that Mrs. Im Sunti is in a rather weak health state, and she, as the chamber may be aware, she already collapsed once in the courtroom, and I think so far Mrs. Im Sunti would like to give only the statement and so far read it out, and she feels not able to respond then to questions, and so I would suggest to leave this more to the daughter, who then represents the family comprehensively and can be questioned then. And so also to inform the chamber about the proceeding with Mrs. Pung Suntari. She has prepared as well a statement and will present this statement then to the chamber, and of course will be open then for further questions. And Ms. Pung Suntari has also questions to the accused at the end, and will put them then through the president to the accused or directly as you find it appropriate. So far my introduction, and I hope, although you didn't mention it again, but that you agree upon my request to consider the time for both civil parties as a whole, because only the introduction now needed some time to mention all the documents we are referring to. And then I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Im Sunti. Thank you.
The President, Madam Sunti you can now make your statement to the chamber related to the events and facts which leads you to becoming the civil party to this case, and the facts and crimes alleged on the accused Kaing Guek Eav alias Duch. Civil party, Mr. President, I would seek your permission for my medical assistant to sit next to me. The President, the medical assistant, you instructed to sit next to this civil party. Civil party. In 1975, my family and I were evacuated from our home. We were walking together with my parents as the rest of the people in the country. My husband was abroad. He was on a mission in Switzerland. He was a law professor specializing in international law. And he was also an expert in the law of the sea. On the 16th of March 1975, there were several bombardments in the vicinity of Cham Chau and Po Chin Tong, and I would not be able to farewell him at the Po Chin Tong airport. My two younger siblings farewell him off at the Air Cambodia office south of May at 3:30 p.m. because of the tremendous bombardments at the time. I was anxious at the time too. And during that period, we had no mobile phones. I sat at his office waiting for his telephone call, whether he reached the Puyintong airport. I was so concerned due to the serious bombardment at the time. I was waiting for his call until 7 p.m. And finally, he called me. It was the 16th of March, as I said. He arrived in Bangkok. He spoke at length, asked me to take care of myself and the families as I had not been well. My health was poor at the time. He told me again and again to take care of myself and that I should not force the children to go to school because he knew that I wanted the children to be well educated. And he begged me not to force them to school because of the unpredictable bombardments in the city. And that I myself should only focus on my health. And that I should observe the situation and make a decision accordingly whether the children should be sent to school or not. He talks at length and I did not want him to waste money on the telephone bill because we were strict on the expense. During our evacuation at 9:30 a.m. when we were ordered to leave our house, my second eldest son was not with us, but because we were forced, so we had to move. Before the fall of Phnom Penh, I received a letter from him from Geneva. In the letter, he reiterated his wish for me to take care of my health and that I should not force the children or be too firm with the children. These are the two main points of his letter. I actually had a son. He got polio. And during the evacuation, Mr. President, it was miserable as he had to drag his leg. There was no support for him. And the relatives, they had to take care of their children as well. And my youngest child, who was 6 years old at the time, was so hungry. When I left, I took along his letter, his last letter. And the voice I heard on the telephone from Thailand was the last voice of him that I had ever heard. His letter was exactly the same as what he spoke on the phone from Thailand. He understood my firm stance toward the children, and that's one of the reasons he reiterated in his letter and on the telephone. When I left, I also brought along some family photos, and also I had a photo in my wallet. But everywhere we passed through, we were searched, and all the photos, even a wallet photo, were seized. I got a photo of my child studying in Germany as an engineer, and the connection was with his friend who was on a mission with him in Paris, in France. When Mr. Ung Pach made a presentation about my husband, my son stood up and said that the person you spoke about was my father. And during that gathering, there was an elder woman who claims to be my husband's friend, and she gave some photos to my son, and there was a photo of my husband. So in summary, my photos were all gone. They were all confiscated. My husband's hobby was reading books and researching documents. He did not ever waste any time. His time and scheduling of the day was always strict and precise. Sometimes he had me read a French book or a lecture text. However, I did not really understand well due to my limited French knowledge. And he taught me. For instance, when he asked me to read a law book in French, after my reading, he would explain to me what the law was about in Khmer, so that my understanding in the legal area would expand. And with that knowledge, then I would be able to educate the children well. I also provided my assistance to my husband to the best of my capacity. For instance, when he had to correct homeworks for the children, then I would classify the homeworks, and I would help him with the ordering of those marks he gave to the homework. So we two were so close during the 20 years period. We had never had any single argument. And I would seek his advice on my shortcomings in my character. And he had a knowledge of understanding my character, my psychological habit, and that he would seek a way to explain to me of my shortcomings. And he would tell me the difference between black and white. There would be no gray area. And that was him, that was my husband. In addition, during his tenure, his contacts with the French embassy or other embassies, then some journalists that and the newspapers that he read, then he would collect all those clips, and I would arrange them, organize them for him. So in short, he educated me very well to understand the right from the wrong and to make myself progress. During the time that I was with him, I felt the warmth I received from him, and that I was one of the lucky women who had a very kind and understanding husband and who imparted his knowledge to me. I also lent him a hand whenever I could, so that I would be accustomed to the way the work was done and be familiar with his work. Also, during the time that I had to carry a water, I imagine of his time in Geneva or in France that he was lucky to be there, but here in Cambodia I had to carry water from the river. I slipped and fell. Then I fell on the bank of the river as it was steep. I had to carry the water from the river to fill in the pot, the main pot at the kitchen. I also had to look after my mother because my elder children were separated and they lived in different cooperatives. I only lived with my younger children, and the kitchen was huge for the cooperative, and I had to supply it with enough water for the kitchen. The river bank there was so steep, so I had to use a stick to support myself while I carried the water. My elder daughter was also sent to the location where they built the dam, and she had to carry the soil. So was my son. I suffered a lot during the time. And the food ration given by Onka was so little. At that time, the rice was wrapped, mixed with grass and some mud. It was nothing much in there, very little rice. And I had to give the food, that food, to my children. We were so mistreated during that regime. Even my mother, who had lived through various wars, she learned a few tricks from those wars. And she told me to cook rice from the rice that they distributed in the morning, so that she could divide it. She could divide those rice into little pieces, and then she could give those rice to the children. Sometimes they really mistreated us. They cooked the rice cooking pot that we ate they defecated in that pot. They treated us like animals. And we dare not to do anything. My father one day went to cut the bamboo, and he was not well as well. And on that day it was raining, and he had to carry the bamboo back. He had a fever, so I went to ask for some medicines from the village medical office. From the medicines I got, I gave to my father, and he got seizure because that pills were made from a poisonous tree. And then I went again to see that person. I said, Mr. Chief, could you please send my father to the sector hospital? He was so ill. And that chief was actually young, but I had to call the chief like Mr. My father did not say anything because of the effect of that poisonous pill. I repeatedly asked permission from the village chief, and he said there was no gain to keep, and there was no gains to lose or to get rid of. And he scolded my father. He was a type of person who did not know any morality. It is not Cambodian culture. And I was so upset because I was so pitiful on my father. I was so angry, so I spilled out. If you have parents like this, did you ever think of your parents? If there was no gain to keep them, so it means you do not have to feed your father or mother. And my younger brother was very afraid that I would be taken and killed, so he dragged me away and begged the chief, and he apologized to the person that because I loved my father so much, that's why I was so upset. And if I was taken and killed, then nobody would take care of my children, and I had 7 children.
And later on, I was given some medicine. I was put on a bed while hot charcoal was placed underneath, and I developed some blisters, and later on my children died, including my mother and my auntie. My auntie was like my biological mother because she had taken good care of me all the way, and they all perished because they were given the medicines, a kind of very poisonous medicines that put them to death. And I could imagine how difficult the life of my father would be, because having lived in such a regime, I experienced these barbaric acts, and I talked about this to my relatives. And even during the time when food was deprived, we talked about eating chicken with some kind of ginger sauce. Having said that, among our children, then we were taken to be re-educated, and we were warned not to even mention about eating such bourgeoisie food like that. So even the young people like my children who talked about being hungry, about eating delicious or more delicious food were warned not to talk about this again because it represented the idea of the imperialist or the bourgeoisie regime. And our children actually were educated by I and my husband to be brave, to be able to challenge any tough situation. We were living together in the cooperative, and one day when my children were very sick, and I asked the chief of the unit so that he could be treated. However, I found it difficult to actually to get such a permission, and another child of mine was good at producing some kind of torches, and he could also go fishing. He was 6 years old, but he could catch some fish, and because of that, he was punished by being exposed to the sunlight because he was accused of damaging the young rice plants in the paddy fields because he caught a fish in those fields. And uh, after my child committed that alleged wrongdoing and was warned and punished, I myself was also called to be to build myself. I didn't understand the word building myself because I was put to sit down on the paddy's dike, and that I was told that I was a liberal person. I was ill-disciplined. I got used to living in the city. So, like father, like son, like mother, like daughter, because you people got used to the city lifestyle, so you should now be warned not to behave like that again. I would like now to make it brief because I feel rather exhausted telling the details, although it was telling it. But I would like to skip to the time when we came to Phnom Penh.
I would, I would like to ask you to make it easier a question that you could describe for the chamber when you learned about the time when you learned first what happened to your husband, and if you could start to describe this first and then a little bit about how your suffering until today was.
Respond. Thank you. In 1979, when I returned to Phnom Penh, I felt that my husband could be reunited with us, but later on I learned that he were detained at S21. When my father died, I was already deeply depressed. However, it really shocked me, and it was a really complete distress when I lost my husband. It's a kind of tremendous grief, and I don't know how I can really put this into words to explain or to describe to the chamber to understand how huge the suffering I have having lost my loving husband. It has been more than 30 years, but times only intensify my grief. I have never been happy, and I have been terrified and living with trauma. So every minute of every day, I could never forget to think of him. And sometimes I had to sit down and to even find the very quiet moment on my own to think of how I could really manage the lives and the livelihood of my 7 children, because I was left alone without the support assistance of my husband. And I know for sure that my children, as they were well educated by my husband, they really want to learn more and they want to be well educated. Having had this in my mind, I started to be feeling even more worried of how I could really cope with this. Because at the beginning we started from scratch again with 7 children without a husband. And sometime I even attempted to commit suicide because I just want to finish off everything and to finish this hardship. It is actually impossible for me not to feel sympathetic for my husband who could have been inflicted some kind of tortures and sufferings in the regime during the time when he was in his captivity. If he lived, he would be of all kind of assistance when needed, because he was a very caring husband and father. And in our family, we had experienced some kind of difficulties and hardship, but the situation was degenerating when this had to be dealt with without my husband. And now I can see that my children are brave anyway. They are outspoken people, and because they were well trained by their father. Although many believe that they seem to be aggressive by behaving like that, but the way that my husband would like them to be is to be brave and creative like that. However, I can't stop weeping and crying, but I never made it known to my children. I had to close my bathroom door and then make use of this very lonely moment to cry out loud in that bathroom, but not to make my children hurt. And I earn very little at the Ministry of Public Transport, and I had to be on my own to support my family, and I never wanted to ask any assistance from my relatives, sisters or brothers, because I just would like to shoulder this alone, and I knew for sure that my families have been in the very desperate position also. However, I would like to be proud to be alone here anyway to raise the children, although it is very difficult. As a widow, in Cambodian society, normally it is well criticized, and however, I have been behaving in the way like I perform two roles as a man and as a woman, a husband and wife at the same time. So I have to teach my children to cook for them, and also the most important thing is to tell them to be able to struggle to hold on to life. When I come to these hearings to be part, to observe the hearings at this tribunal, I have visualized the brutality of the regime. And when Robert Hamill put the photo of the person who was seen struggling in a pool of blood, it really shocked me because I could imagine how difficult life could have been for my husband at that time, and I could not really control my feeling at that time, and sometimes I passed out. So I can only survive these days because I have to consume medications. One day when I was at home to watch the movie uh, in which I saw the shackles and people were being shackled, and I could not really dare see those footages.
Ms. Imsunti, I would like to put another question to you, and maybe to make a conclusion that you have reported to us that how difficult it is to raise the children without husband and to cope with all these sufferings during the time. Maybe you could at the end now to summarize for what you are looking here in this trial. Why did you become a civil party? What do you want for your husband, and what do you want from this trial? Maybe you could summarize this, and then I would suggest to give Suntari the floor. Thank you.
Madam Umsunti, thank you, Mr. Kostutinsky. Whenever I have to recall this account, I feel even more broken. I am here to actually pay homage to the dead soul of my husband and my father and the lost family members. Some people say that I am here to take revenge, but it is not true. I am here to find justice for my husband. I am here to reveal the truth, why people were killed, why these barbaric acts were subjected and were inflicted onto the victims. Was this because of the power enrichment or for the personal gain or for what else? I would like to tell your honors that as a professor or school teacher, anyone must be ethical and professional, and everyone must think of how to really build the country, not to struggle for power, for personal power. I would like to conclude my deposition now, and I apologize for being too emotional sometimes.
The
President, Ms. Silke Studzinski, would you wish to make or put some further questions to the civil party?
No, I have no further questions at the moment, but I would thank Mrs. Im Sumti a lot that she arrived today here at the court to preserve memory of her husband, but of course to all her family members and Cambodians. And I would thank you that you could have the force to sit here before the chamber and tell about your sufferings and to give your husband a face. And so I would then, if there are no other questions, but not from my side, I would then give Suntari the floor.
The President, the co-prosecutors, would you wish to put any questions to the civil party?
Mr. Desmail, thank you, Mr. President. As requested, we do not have any questions to put now. If we do have questions, we will put them to her daughter. But we do thank her for her statement this morning.
The President, the Defense Council, would you wish to put questions to the civil party? Mr. Kaswood. Mr. President, thank you, but the Defense Council does not have any questions to put to this witness, this civil party, correction. The President, Madame Sonti, the hearing of your statement has now come to an end. And as scheduled and agreed that more times will be allocated to your daughter to give her statement, now you are allowed to sit back at your seat, and since it is an appropriate time to take the adjournment, we'll take the adjournment now and resume at 10 to 11. Correction, we resume at 20 to 11. The greffier, all rise. The President, please be seated. The court is now back in session. We are now going to give the floor to Mrs. Kaing Guek Eav to proceed with her remaining of the statement. Mrs. Kaing Guek Eav, thank you, Mr. President. I may now proceed with my statement. I have now come to section number 5 in relation to my research about the information of my father and about my journey to S21. There has been conferences that were held in relation to the Khmer Rouge, and whenever there was such an event, I and my husband would be attending such conferences. One day, an author requested that I gave him the interview in relation to the story of the Khmer Rouge. It was on the 3rd, it was in March, which marked the Women International Day. And the moment really made me want to recall the past and to share with the author. Later on, we learned of the information about the establishment of the hybrid court, and we conducted further research, and then we met some journalists, those who specialized in the studies of the Khmer Rouge. Little by little, we had collected some documents both from Cambodia and in France, and these information can be put together to establish the life story of my father during the Khmer Rouge regime. We have already included this into the case file, including the date when my father came back to Cambodia on the 25th of December 1975. He departed Paris on the 23rd of December 1975 through the flight through China. And he was on board with other scholars from France to Cambodia. He was convinced by the speeches of some senior leaders of the Khmer Rouge at that time. Actually, previously he had never trusted the senior leaders of Khmer Rouge, because through his letters we can read that he said he had a huge a large family in the country, and that he could not leave the country behind to live their life based on their faith. So he had to be with them, and without being close to the family, it would be considered as a kind of crime already for him. My father continued saying that he maintained his firm position that he had to come back to Cambodia and to live with the whole family, and he dare challenge all the devils in Cambodia as long as he could be returning back to Cambodia and meeting the whole family again. When he immediately came Cambodia, like other people, they were transported to K15 and then to K6 Talay and Bang Trabak, like Ong Thong Huong stated in his book Zugui or Khmer in French, along with other people. On the 12th of December 1976, according to the decision by Angkar, he was transferred by the members of the security office to S21, which was the prison. No detainee could come out alive. He was sent to the Daigraham location. Other people were sent to Daigraham location, while my father was sent to S21 instead, the place where death is inevitable. So my research went further to find out who actually sent my father to S21. And the reason why he returned from France, even he was convinced by or persuaded by other people to work in France. The answer could be found in other letters he sent to some of his friends in Tulu University. My father wrote in that letter that I met several Khmer friends. Every one of them advised me to join the FUNK, and I followed the idea, and I wrote a letter to agree that I would be part of the group, and I had no other choice. Another letter in 1975 in which he said that he did not expect what would happen in Cambodia. However, he was obliged to return to Cambodia. And he was expecting to meet the family whom he missed for the last 9 months. And the reunion with the family was a kind of obligation for him that led to his arrest, of course, after all. Why was he detained at S21? The documents I obtained at S21 prove that my father was registered on the 12th of December 1975 under document 00188857 with the signature of Susti. The President, Ms. Tutsinski, you may proceed.
Mr. President, in the English translation, I got a very, I heard on 12th December 1975. This is not correct and was not said by Ms. Bung Suntari. and it must be, maybe it's a translation problem, it is the 12th of December 1976.
The President, Madam Pengkut Suntari, could you please proceed with your statement? I would like to proceed. Susti said that the date was not correct because it stated the 12th of December 1975, but the date was not correct. It was the 12th of December 1976 because my father came to Phnom Penh in 1975, the 25th of December, because at that time, the 12th of December 1975, he was still in Paris. How long had he been detained at S21? The confession of my father is not found. However, it is no doubt at all that he could have written such confession because he was detained for almost 7 months at S21, and he was the one who was detained that long, and that he must have written some confession. Normally, in some confessions of other prisoners would be detained for up to 2 months before they were smashed. In 1981, my brother got a written biography found at the former Ieng Sary Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which later on turned to be the Cabinet of Ministers for the current government. In that biography, my father stated that he requested that he would like to meet the family he missed for the last 9 months. And he made such writing when he came to Cambodia because he left for Geneva in 1975. However, this biography was not obtained from S21. The DC Cam provided with me the 4-page document containing the testimony, the writing of Mom Nai, and we got another piece of document of Ung Pach, which is in the form of the preliminary investigation paperwork interrogated by Mom Nai, but he did not make it clear about the death of my father because he was afraid that he would too be arrested and as warned. And such a warning to him is a kind of obstacle to reveal the truth and to stop a person who has to reveal the truth to the nation, because the nation had experienced the very deep sorrow and tragedy during the Khmer Rouge regime. I knew that on the 6th of July 1977, my father could still be living because according to the document obtained concerning the well-being of detainee, and in that record I could prove that he was still alive. And the document indicates his well-being, of his numbness, his fatigue health, and his heart, his problem with breathing. So the person or the detainee like my father, and concerning his medical check-up, the follow-up of such medical check-up would be presented and then reported to the accused, and the accused could have been well familiar with this. So since he was the very firm and meticulous person. So what else could he do with the report about my father? Later on, I never found the name of my father in the record of the medics. And Mr. Kaing Guek Eav, alias Duch, he was a professor, so he could be the person with good sense of analysis, and he knew that my father was detained for some period of times, but we don't know how long he had been detained because the accused did not make it clear. I would like to move to the next chapter, which is section number 6. What I am expecting. Since the trial chamber started its first hearing on the 30th of March 2009, I had been in the hearings to observe the proceedings. I have heard the testimonies of experts, witnesses, the testimony of the accused, the lies, the accusers, and I could see that the accused tried to evade to respond to some particular questions. Until now, I have not yet obtained the right information in relation to my father's fate. Mom Nai, the person who wrote the confession of detainee Peng Ton, and Susti also recalled having registered Peng Ton in the list in the order of number 56. But still, everyone who was involved in the process did not know much about the suffering of my father, although they had been quite familiar with it. Especially Mom Nai was the person who knew it very well. Prakon Him Hui Nyep Ho told me that only the accused who could shed a light on how my father could have died because he was the chairperson at S21. S21 was used as a smashing tool, and actually as the accused would be the very loyal executioner for the upper echelon or the Khmer Rouge apparatus. He even asked Mom Nai to tell me and my mother and the court where my father could have been executed. However, we still haven't got the information. I would like to reiterate that the accused was the math teacher. So he is the person who is meticulous, who has the sense of a good sense of analysis. However, before the court, many times the accused has to lie to the court. At the beginning, there was some kind of argument that Professor Peng Ton had never been detained at S21. However, later the accused stated that my teacher had to suffer the tragedy and the barbaric acts at S21. And in the same document written by Duch, he said there was no tortures, preliminary tortures during the preliminary interrogation, because he knew Mom Nai very well, that he could never resort quick to torturing the detainee. And the accused had meals with Ho, and he knew very well that Ho was a very cruel person, but the very loyal person to the accused, the person who was very obedient. So it is true to say that Duch ordered Ho to do whatever Ho would like to do on my father. Duch said openly in the court that he was the person like a shepherd, and that he also was a very absolute tool for the security purpose during the regime. And my father's fate was in the hands of Duch, so Duch knew very well about how he should have been smashed or could have been smashed. Mr. President, I would like to put 3 questions through the bench to the accused. Before putting such questions, may I proceed further with the rest of my statement with Your Honor's permission? I have not only received the responses in relation to the activities or the things that committed during the regime. I obtained this information from the accused because the accused said that he was or he is willing to cooperate with the court and the parties to the proceeding, and I have been here in the court for the last few months. However, I can see how tricky this person is. I did not believe that the accused exhausts his best to ascertain the truth. He's only trying to evade the crimes he committed. The accused knows, of course, the questions and the responses to my questions. So if he will not be able to respond to the question, how could he become the chairman of S21? He was a chairman. A chairman of S21 was not a kind of coward. He would be a very brave person to respond to all the questions. If the accused still does not want to respond to these questions, then I think it is better that the accused should never ever say that he is remorseful. I'm not here to seek revenge. I'm here to seek the truth. However, if the accused refuses to answer to my questions, then I am not ready to open opportunity for any forgiveness that the accused might ask for. I would wish that the accused live longer enough so that he will witness this suffering, and also to look back to the deep long past, and also to see the acts he has committed toward my father, and of course this has affected the whole family, including the grandchildren of my father. Mr. President, before I conclude my statement, I would like to make it clear to the whole nation that the tragedy, the miserable conditions we have suffered during the Khmer Rouge regime has nothing to do with the theory of karma. I am Buddhist, but the Khmer Rouge regime, the blood shed regime, was based on the idea of killing people, and by relying on the theory of Buddhism in terms of karma was just like a facade for a person to just cover up their crimes. I would like to also talk to all young people in the country that although beside this kind of strategy, this suffering, then there still be a person who has good wisdom to struggle to hold on with life. And my father, Mr. Peng Ton, was among the person who actually was brave and the person with wisdom, although he had to endure the very difficult time during the Khmer Rouge regime. However, they could kill him, but they could never smash his wisdom and conscience. I would like to conclude my statement now, and I would like to proceed with the questions to the accused with Mr. President's leave. The President, Madame Peng Gut Sunteri, you are allowed to put questions to the accused, and the accused be prepared to respond to the questions. As we already made it clear, although the questions should be or shall be put through the President of the Chamber, then the President can just convey the questions to the accused, or he may repeat the questions in order to make sure that the accused can really follow the questions. So the floor is yours.
Civil Party, thank you, Mr. President. I would put the questions through you, Mr. President. First question, who made the decision to kill my father on the 6th of July 1977, or a little bit after that? At S21, still the prisoners were not allowed to die naturally, especially in the case of my father. The President, the accused, can you respond to this question? The accused, Mr. President. Upon my analysis of the several documents, and that I have already reported to the civil party, they all what I can do. And if I am asked who made the decision for the killing, I have no documents to base my response on, so I cannot really fulfill the anxiety to know this fact. Although I have my deep respect for my former professor, I do not have any appropriate answer to respond at this time. And that is the truth. I still did not know the detail that my professor was detained at S21 at the time, and this is my response. The President, the civil party, you can now ask your second question. Question number 2. What types of tortures were inflicted upon my father, the person who had a progressive idea, who based the judgment on justice and who had dignity, and who held the ideology of democracy which is completely contradicting to the policy of the Khmer Rouge? The President, the accused, you already heard the question, so you can respond. The accused. Mr. President, regarding the tortures committed upon my professor, I still believe that my analysis on those documents that were given to me, I still stand that he was not tortured during his interrogation. My shock for the fate of my professor was on a different matter. because I did not know that he was detained at S21. I only thought of Chao Seng and another person. But I believed Mom Nai did not torture him. He really resorted to torture. And believe me, the confession, that type of confession was not a result of torture. Also, I would like to take this opportunity to tell Madame Pungut Sotari, the eldest daughter of my professor, that the fact that I do not know this matter, as you can examine all those documents sent from S21 to the upper echelon, I hid all my annotation on those. And if I knew there would be my annotation on that document, and I would seek answers or clarification from Brother Mom Nai. I very well know the situation of that pedagogical institution. And I knew that Pol Pot realized that the professor was working in that institute. And Hu Jun was the chairman of the association, and Mai Man was the professor at that school. Actually, he was the rector of that university. And Suhnu Alias Chuk was also a senior professor at that school. And later on, he was the secretary of Sector 24. So Son Sen clearly ordered me to monitor the activity of Suhnu Alias Chuk. And through my monitoring activities, I learned that he was not implicated in that matter. So the fact that if I knew the professor was detained there, if I knew that, and the interrogation would then focus on all these links. But as I said, I did not know he was detained. That's why there was no annotation that I made on the confession, and this is my response. The President, the civil party, you may proceed with your next question. Question number 3, which is the last question. Who made a decision to transfer him to S21? It was said that S21 truck came to take him from Psa Dam Tko. That is the statement of Chan Yano and Ham Hein Kaing that he was taken from Psa Dam Tko at that time. The President, the accused, can you respond to that question? The accused. The arrest of my professor to S21, or whether he was sent from Bang Trabai or not, I did not have the knowledge of that. S21 vehicle did not bear any plate number, although I do not deny the testimony of Hei Ham Kaing and the other person. And I knew this person, Hei Ham Kaing. He used to be my former mate. But the background and the history of S21, as we all know, there were two chairmen. Nat was from the establishment on the 15th of August 75 until March 1976, when he was removed and replaced by me. So I believed all the documents that Brother Mom Nai had probably was done during Nat's period, if those documents do not bear my annotation. And I think it was done also based on the order of the Standing Committee. Everything was decided by the Standing Committee, and this S21 was under the direct order of that standing committee. And of course, we actually want to have people who were ordered or assigned to make the arrest. But it is hard to know who actually made the decision to order that arrest. It is possible that S-21 vehicle was used to transport him during the time of the chairmanship of NAT. And at that time, I was only the deputy chairman of S-21. This is my response. With my respects, Mr. President. The President. The Chamber would like now to give the floor to Civil Party Counsel Studzinski to put questions to this civil party. The President, hold on, Studzinski. Judge Lavange, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This morning, Madam, you showed us a certain number of pictures. Could you supply us with the list of these pictures and explain to us what these documents represent so that they may be filed along with the hearing notes? Otherwise, we will have no trace of what you submitted today.
Je ne demande pas à ce que vous nous les représentiez.
I'm not asking that you show them again, but simply to tell us what has been shown on screen and to explain who was on the pictures and when the pictures were taken, for instance. This is for the record.
Civil Party. Thank you, Your Honor. The photo, the ID photos of the two people, they are my parents. And another photograph, the 7 children, that's my siblings and myself. And another photo, it's a photograph of my parents while they were on a visit to France. And another photo was the photo of my father during a summer after the fall of Phnom Penh. It was taken a few months after his return in '75. And another photograph was a wedding invitation of my parents. And the last photo was the photo of my father at the S-21 detention center. The President, Civil Party Council for Group 2, you can put your question, additional question to the Civil Party if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have only one question after I heard the responses of the accused to your questions, and therefore I only want that you clarify what your research, what is the result of your research, and the date when your father was entered Tulslang as 21. And maybe you could answer to my question in this way, that who had at the time when your father entered S21, who was the chairman of S21? Because after the responses, I have the impression that there is some confusion, and therefore my question, who was the chairman at the time, and as it is agreed upon by the accused and everybody here in the courtroom?
Civil party, thank you for the question, Madam Counsel. I was also surprised when the accused said that the arrest of my father through I-21 was not under his chairmanship. In fact, he became the chairman of I-21 in March 1976. Therefore, the arrest of my father on the 12th of December 1976 was in fact unfolded under the leadership of this accused Kaing Guek Eav.
Thank you for this response, and maybe later on the accused could, after this clarification, which he knows very well, of course, give further response to your questions. I have no further questions, and I would like to thank you very much for all the efforts and you have gone through, and for the very moving and emotional statement that you have given to the chamber, to the parties, and to the Cambodian people. Thank you very much.
The President, Mr. Kaing Guek Eav, can you stand up? Can you verify the point raised by the Council and the civil party? As you have just heard, the civil party just wants to get clarification regarding the detention of her father, and it is true that he was detained and killed there. So there are some issues that needs to be clarified. According to the information she received, her father entered S21 on the 12th December 1976. And you, in your response, and as previously you repeatedly said, when it happened during the time that you was the deputy chairman, and you only became chairman from March 1976, when Nat was removed by the upper echelon. So the date of the arrest of Phung Ton on the 12th of December 1976 is not in line with what you said in your analysis of the S21 documents. And as you said, the documents do not bear your annotation. So you can see the contradictory views regarding his arrest and the date of you becoming a chairman of S21. Can you why I respected my professor, because he defended us and not to let them mistreat us, the progressive people. These people, I knew that Kirkomar was evacuated along road number 4, and he was executed if he was sent to the south by Tamok. So this is the threat that I heard, and Rodgood stayed with me, and I protected him. And Chao Seng, the Communist Party of Cambodia sent him to me. I could not do anything. The best I could do was to provide him with sufficient food and proper accommodation. I regretted if I knew my professor was sent there. Of course, I would not ask for him to be spared, but he would be able to live in a better condition as my gratitude for him. Therefore, later on, in 1993, the VOA broadcast about the production Chlong Dain, and the director was Ting Son. And I heard, and I was surprised. How could Ting Chon became the manager of the production of that musical company? But at the military court, I was asked about Professor Pinkerton. This Kasabot asked me, and I protested that no, he was not there. And that Ung Poi took the ashes to his kin. And later on, even if Kasabot now is representing me, I still maintained that he was not there. And I even dare him, I even challenged him to have a DNA test of that ashes. But later on, when I saw his photo there, I was speechless. I could not deny anymore. And when Pungutson Suntari gave me the documents, then I learned his fate. And yes, there were some inconsistencies in the dates. Actually, there were 3 dates which are not consistent. And as I said, the dates on the list of S21 are not always accurate, as I was asked by the co-investigating judge, Marcel Mong. So this is regarding the inconsistency of the date of entry. At that time, however, I was not aware that Mom Nai knew you very well and knew the grandfather very well. I only learned that during the proceedings before this chamber. So the fact was not yet revealed. And I would like to frankly say that all the victims, the people that I really wanted to pay my gratitude and the condolence are 3. The 2 I already have done that, and the last remaining one was Pungton, that is my professor. And of course I do not deny that he was there, but then we can argue or we can question more on the dates which are inconsistent. Maybe only Mom Nai is the only person who can actually shed light on the exact dates of his fate, if he is willing to do so. So please, can you preserve your own stance and try to do the research together in order to find out the truth? And I strongly believed you make a complaint to become a civil party here is not in the nature of vengeance. And I believe that. But of course, it cannot be left unanswered for all the crimes committed at S21. And I believe, of course, you do not come here to seek vengeance, but to seek out the truth. And we all should seek out the truth. We need to find out first. So I again would appeal you to proceed with your truth searching, and I myself will do my best to reveal the truth. This is my response and respect, Mr. President. The President. Next, the Chamber would like to give the floor to the co-prosecutors if you have questions to be put to this civil party. co-prosecutor. Thank you, Mr. President. The prosecution do not have any question for this witness, for this civil party. Correct the interpreter. Judge Lavange, you may proceed.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I have just listened to the answer of the accused to the question that was put to him, and I'm not quite sure that I have understood everything. There was mention of a person named Chao Xiang, and you stated, it seems to me, that that person was sent to you. So if you say that that person was sent to you, do you mean sent to S21? That's the first part of my question. The second aspect, you said, but here again I'm not sure I fully understood, that you were concerned to find decent accommodation for him, and that you also tried to make sure that he would have sufficient food to eat. So I don't really understand anymore. So what are you referring to? Are you referring to conditions of detention in S21? What is decent accommodation when you're in S21? And did you effectively have the power to give more food to certain detainees than was given to others?
The accused. Thank you, Your Honor, for raising these questions. Chao Xiang he received the first pedagogical degree in Cambodia, and I said he also made the curriculum, the 1958 curriculum for the training of teachers. And the National Pedagogical Institution was first established by him. And he also confronted Lon Nol, as I stated, and later on, Pol Pot ordered his arrest and sent to S21. And there was also an order to change his name from Chao Xiang to Chen Soon alias San. He got a doctoral degree in pedagogy, and in fact, yes, he was sent to S21, and after his interrogation, I ordered him to be left separately, and he was given decent food and accommodation. I did not know where his accommodation was because I did not go and look. And a few days ago, I also stated that occasionally I went to visit Chao Xiang. And on one occasion, he talked about the situation during the Sihanouk regime. And I mentioned that before this chamber. And that I supported Chao Xiang. And it is my idea of paying my gratitude to him. And for my professor, I did not know of his detention, or that he was suffering from insufficient food or the living condition. That's why I was moved after hearing that. And this is my response, Mr. President and Your Honor. And if you have more questions regarding this matter, I am ready to answer.
Judge Lavergne, what happened to Chao Xiang?
Response, Your Honor. I already reiterated in several occasions that anyone who was sent to S21 was regarded as enemy. Enemy had to be smashed. Later on, Uncle Noon, I want to say it straight, knew that I would like to keep Chao Sing. That's why he ordered immediately that Chao Sing was smashed. And Ho was ordered by Nat to smash Chao Sing. So Chao Sing was killed. Rod Gut was killed. And I am not quite sure how I can really say anything else about my professor Peng Ton, because I did not know whether he was very sick and died of sickness or he was executed. But he died, of course.
Judge Lavergne, what you're telling us, therefore, it is not, therefore, in the end, who ordered Chao Sen's execution, or was it you?
Response, I'm sorry, Mr. Judge Levent, because I made it rather unclear. Nat ordered that Rod Good, who arrived recently, to be smashed, but I received the order from Nuon Chia to smash Chao Sing.
Je n'ai pas d'autres questions.
I have no further questions, Mr. President, says Judge Lavergne.
The President, the accused, may be seated now. The Chamber would like to give the opportunity to the Defense Counsel to put questions to the civil party if they would wish to do so.
Ms. Canizares, the defense has no questions to put to the civil party, Mr. President.
The President. Next, the Chamber would like to give the floor to the accused to make his observations in relation to the statement made by Madame Sun Ti and Peng Guek Eav. Please be reminded that this is the rights for you to make your observation. However, you can exercise your right to remain silent if you so wish. But the floor is yours. So please respond to the statements by the two civil parties who were the family member of Peng Ton. The accused. I would like to make a very brief observation as follows. The statements by Madame Sun Ti and Peng Guek Eav are approved in principle, and I know that you have not been satisfied yet because you have not obtained all the information you would wish to get, and I will do my best to make sure that I can be of any assistance to ascertain the truth without any denial. So I will do my best to help to respond to your request to search for the information of the fate of your father and your husband. Thank you. The President. The proceedings to hear the statements of the civil parties, M. Sunti and Kaing Guek Eav, have come to an end. Madam Kaing Guek Eav, you may now be seated at the civil party reserved seat in the courtroom. Next, the chamber would like civil party Sieng Wan Di to come to the seat reserved for the civil party before the chamber. The civil party lawyer, Ms. Dudzinski, you take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before you start with the civil party, Mr. Sieng Van Die, I only seek some clarification about the proceeding today, because as far as I have understood, the hearing will be finished at 3:30, and do you intend to make a break, or only to be orientated how far we can go with Mr. Sieng Van Die today? It would be useful for me, because that is what I have learned from your statement before before the last break.
The President, the reason that the chamber would be proceeded until 3:30 today, that we are not going to take any adjournment, and then we will just proceed from now until 3:30, and then we will take the adjournment, and the rest of the afternoon will be used for the AV unit officials to fix the technical glitch, so that we can actually hear the testimony based on the remote participation tomorrow. Good afternoon, Mr. Sieng Wan Di. Is Sieng Wan Di your name? Response: yes, my name is Sieng Wan Di. The President, Mr. Sieng Wan Di, can you read and write? Response: yes, I can. The President, how do you spell your family name? Response: Sieng in Khmer, Sieng in English, S-E-A-N-G. The President, how old are you? Response: I am 63 years old. The President, where were you born? Response: I was born in Ksat Tup, Chroi Bon Tiei, sub-district Prek Prosop District, Kroche Province. Question, so where do you live and what is your occupation currently? Response. Now I live in the same village I was born, and I had been a school teacher, primary school teacher, but I am now a pensioner. Question, what is your father's name? Is he still alive or is he deceased? Response, my father is Sieng Pon. He is deceased. Question, what is your mother's name? Response, my mother's name is Kat Yin. She is deceased. Question, Mr. Van D, how many brothers and sisters have you got? And could you please tell the court the names of your siblings? Response, I have 9 siblings, 6 boys, 3 girls. I am the first child. Number 2, Sieng Pat. 3, Sieng Pon. 4, Sieng Chon. 5, Sieng Yuen. 6, Sieng Mao. 7, Sieng Min. 8, Sieng Tưa. 9, Sieng Claude. The President, Ms. Silke Stutzinski, since you are now representing the civil party, could you please briefly tell the court the identity, the reason or the grounds for the claim for reparation in relation to the crimes alleged against the accused Kaing Guek Eav alias Duch? The crimes committed at S21 during the period from 1975 to the 6th of January 1979, and other grounds to support such claims. You take the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Sieng Van D is as follows related to the case before this trial chamber. Mr. Sieng Van D lost at least one brother. It is Mr. Sieng Pon at S21. He became later, that means recently, he got knowledge that his brother was imprisoned in S21, that he gave a confession and that he was then killed. The other brother of one of the other brothers of Mr. Sieng Van D, Mr. Sieng Pat, disappeared since then, but his fate is unknown. Mr. Sieng Van D will focus on how his suffering was and is, which means over 30 years, concerning his brother Sieng Pon, to consider him as disappeared and to have no knowledge about his fate. And this is the focus of the statement of this civil party, Mr. Sieng Van Di. The reasons for becoming a civil party is the search for justice and also for reparations. Mr. Sieng Van Di, however, leaves the point of reparations to his lawyers. Another and further reason for becoming a civil party and applying here before this court is to preserve the memory of his younger brother, Sieng Pon. The statement of Mr. Sieng Van Di will be supported by one document which is already on the case file. It is a confession of his brother Sieng Pon, where we find the English version was filed yesterday, or was notified yesterday, and was so far only in summary versions on the case file. And to make one remark, on the first page of this confession from S21, we find a slight difference of the name. It is written in English S-I-E-N-G and not like the family name should be S-E-A-N-G. But according to other unique facts, Mr. Sieng Van Di could recognize that this confession was made by his brother. We will decide later on to refer to this document. I will give you the ERN numbers. That is the ERN in Khmer is 00004458 through 00004477, and in English from yesterday, court document number E141.1 and the ERN 00363590 through 00363605. Then we will also refer to the color copies of the annotation on this first page, mainly on this confession, and we will refer to the document then with the ERN 00173881 through 882 in Khmer, and in English 00221765. I would also like to inform the Chamber and the parties that we intend to proceed as follows. Mr. Sieng Van Di has prepared a statement that he will read out, and then I will put some questions to him, and at the end he has 4 questions to put before the accused. And so I would like to give then, with your leave, the floor to Mr. Sieng Van Di.
The President, we would like to now give the floor to Mr. Sieng Van Di, the civil party, to make his statement before the chamber, especially the facts in relation to the alleged crimes and the facts that the accused Kaing Guek Eav alias Duch was charged with, and that these facts have caused some kind of sufferings and that you made the decision to join as the civil party to seek civil reparations. And the chamber would like to hear also, especially the physical and the psychological damages caused by these acts. Mr. Sieng Wan Lee. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to briefly tell the court the suffering of my family during the last 30 years and the crimes the suffering that my brothers endured. My family is a poor family, so we earned the living by chopping firewood to burn the charcoal for making the end meet. At that, during those regime, my brother Sieng Pon and I went to school, and I would like to tell the court about the life story of my brother Sieng Pon before he joined the revolution. Sieng Pon was my second brother who was born in the year of horse. It was in 1953 in Sach Tuk Chroi Bon Tie Prek Prasop Kroche. In the former regime, he could only finish the grade 8, the old educational system, and he lived with his uncle Kaing Guek. My brother was a very gentle and honest person. He was very obedient child. He loved his brother. He was very helpful in the family. He was a very determined person. He was the strong brother who could help with the house chores. Another brother, Sieng Pat, born in the year of Rabbit, which was the first brother. However, in 1971, he was ordained as the monk in Undied village in the hometown. In 1972, with the United Nations Front under the leadership of then Prince Norodom Sihanouk, and he made the announcement on the radio and to appeal the people, his subjects, to go into the Magi jungle to liberate the country from Lol Nol. And after the demonstrations in my areas, in my hometown, it was called the Liberated Zone, captured and controlled by the Khmer Rouge. I would like to go back a little bit to the 1970, after the coup d'etat, as a liberated zone, the place where we lived, and after the declaration or the appeal of the Prince Norodom Sihanouk, I joined the local militia in the village. Later on, in 1972, Angka transferred me to the photography unit. In 1973, Angka put me to do farming in order to support the unit. After the 17th of April 1975, the upper echelon collected or gathered the cadres who won a fort in the north of Vietnam to go to Phnom Penh. And as a normal combatant, I was also requested by Angka and moved to the fishing unit at Sector 42 in Kampong Cham province. And I was put to be tempered at that unit. I would like to go back a little bit too. When I joined the army and to join the revolution, before I departed, my parents and my brothers and sisters did not me to leave them behind. But my parents, however, left me with some words that they advised me to be obedient, to show respect to the senior people, and they advised me to be caring. But my brothers and sisters, they came to me and hugged me, and they even wept. They did not want me to leave. I told them that I asked them to be nice to one another, especially to the second brother, because Siang Pon and I asked them to please be helpful with Angka collected all the young combatants, and my father, who was back then a monk, was defrocked, and then he was forced to join the army, including my second brother too, and my parents were left alone to help in the family, while the elder children already left to join the army. In 1975, when I came home, I forget actually the date, my father told me that the two brothers who joined the army on one occasion came to visit the hometown, and they told them about their being soldiers, but they did not tell them in which unit they belonged to. But on the 7th of January 1979, the children of the villagers who joined the Khmer Rouge Revolution returned home to be reunited with their family. So gradually people returning home, but the two brothers of mine disappeared.
So that we were still expecting their return, and we were very worried about their fate, because during the Khmer Rouge regime we only heard about the arrest and the execution en masse. Later on, in the early 1980s, there was Aim Seat, Mr. Simbande, you can continue with your statement. Simbande, thank you, Mr. President. At that time, my family as a whole, including shocked, our hope dissipated that my younger brother was arrested and killed. So then we held a ceremony, a traditional ceremony to pray for his soul. And at that time, there was no monk yet. Only the elder villagers were invited to participate in the ceremony. No currency was circulated at the time. Only rice was used as a means of exchange to buy goods for the ceremony. We prayed for the souls of the two brothers, and it has been held annually, especially during the Phum Bon and Khmer New Year periods. We have been holding the ceremony with little hope that they are still alive. The situation at that time was still unstable as the integration of the Khmer Rouge did not take place yet. So it was very likely that they were killed. As my parents, who are elders, they were despaired in losing their children, and they were traumatized, and both of them now have chronic disease, and as a result they passed away one by one. In late 2007 or early 2008, Ngum On, Deputy Chief of Rokathom village in the same sub-district, brought us a magazine searching for the truth. He showed us the magazine, but I did not pay my attention to the exact publication or serial number of that magazine. I saw the name of Sieng Hon mailed in Churibontia, Prasop, Krochek province, aged 25 years old, was arrested on the 2nd of October 1977. And upon reading that news, I was extremely shocked. I could not stand. I felt so terrible because in 1983 I came to Phnom Penh for my eye surgery, and my relatives took me to visit the Tu Slai Genocidal Museum. We went there, we saw the remnants of the barbarity and cruelty left by that regime. Upon receiving that news, I subsequently informed my younger siblings, and they felt shocked, and they felt the pain for the suffering inflicted upon my younger brother. Since then, I could not sleep well. I dreamed of him. Sometimes I had like a walking dream to see him calling us for help, but we were not able to help him. And my memory was not stable. I felt undecided in doing anything. And later on, there was a magazine publishing about the suffering and the trauma by those people who lost their relatives, brothers, sisters, parents during that regime to apply to join the proceedings before this ECCC through the open democratic institution, KID, and then subsequently the application was sent to the victims unit. I lodged my application at the time, and the KID invited me to Phnom Penh to fill in additional forms, and I was accompanied to look for further documents at the DCCAM Center and at the Duch Genocidal Museum, and indeed I found certain documents. On the cover of his file, the number is 576, Sieng Thon alias Tha. But the spelling in Khmer is a bit different, although the pronunciation in English is the same, Sieng Thon alias Tha. He was an assistant of Battalion 701, Brigade 601, and he was arrested on the 2nd in 77, and there were 2 records of his confessions in that folder. In the first record, the name was also incorrectly spelled, but on the next 2 pages, the names appeared to be correct. The interrogators, there were 3 of them, namely Khon, Heng, and Hong. The record was made on the 28th of October 77, and it was reported on the 5th of November 77. According to the examination of this document, he implicated 34 other people. By seeing this document, it gave me more pain, and I felt pitiful for my younger brother. I felt shocked, moved, stuck, and my tears dropped. I was speechless. Later on, I could speak, and I said, indeed, my brother was killed at Duch. After participating in the proceedings before this chamber on many occasions, my feeling has become better in the hope that justice is being found for my brother. And I would pray for his soul to detach from this world and to find a peaceful world. Brother Pon, I truly believed that you are here to listen to the proceedings before this chamber, because this afternoon I prayed to you to come here and to participate in the proceedings so that you can witness and hear, and that I have attempted to find the justice for the criminal act committed upon you. So may your soul receive the peace, and that you rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. President. The President, the Chamber would like to give the opportunity to the Civil Party Council to put additional questions if there is any.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. First, thank you very much, Mr. Sieng Van Di, for this very moving and very emotional and statement that you have given. And I would like to put some questions, very few questions to you. Can you describe what is your feeling having such an incomplete family that left for you through losing your brother Sieng Pun?
Sieng Van Di, I would like to express my feeling towards my younger brother. Naturally, brothers are always close. So when the two brothers disappeared, my feeling, I had a feeling of being despaired, of hopelessness. The separation was indescribable. I felt weak. And the pain not only inflicted upon me, but also upon my parents until they became seriously ill and passed away. So the loss of the brothers were the greatest loss and suffering upon the family. In addition to this, I've been trying to find justice for my brothers, and that the soul would be peaceful and detach from this world and move on to the next peaceful world.
Thank you. Mr. Sieng Van Di, you have already heard during your attendance in these hearings the apologies of the accused. What is your opinion in relation to your sufferings? What is your opinion on these apologies of the accused?
Sieng Van Di, thank you, Madam Council. Every time I attend the hearing, the accused always acknowledge his guilt before the public. He put his hands together before the television to show the world. This is a part on his action to relieve our suffering. However, the crimes cannot be forgiven. It can only be judged by the tribunal and by the constitution and the law of the chamber.
I'm not clear, Mr. Singwandi. Did you want to continue, or was your answer complete?
Singwandi, that is the response to your question.
Thank you very much. I have now no further questions, but there are still questions of Mr. Singwandi, put to the accused, and one question is related to the first page of the confession, and I would like to ask Mr. President with his leave to advise the AV to show a document with the ERN 0017381, so that the civil party, Mr. Singwandi, could ask his question related to this document. This is one of the questions, and then to put it to the accused. Thank you.
មន្ត្រីតុលាការដូរនៅ The President Court Officer, can you change the headset for this civil party? The President Court Officer, can you show the document 001738881 on the screen? The President, Mr. Singwandi, what question would you like to ask the accused? You can put the questions through the President of the Chamber, and then it can be conveyed to the accused to respond. Singwandi, thank you, Mr. President. My first question: does the accused know the name Sieng Pon, alias Pa, as a detainee at S21? The President, the accused, can you respond to this civil party question? The accused, Mr. President, this document clearly states that, of course, I would not know more than 10,000 people who diminished there, but I recognize by this document. The President, Mr. Singwandi, please move on to your second question. Singwandi, thank you, Mr. President. My question number 2, regarding the confessions of Sieng Pon, alias Pa, who is my brother, did you read and annotate that confession? The President, the accused, can you respond to the question of this civil party?
Sorry, maybe the AV could now show the document on the screen, and maybe the graphic could read out the annotation on this document.
ចំណាននៅទីនោះហើយជើញអានមកកប់ឲ្យអានផងអរគុណបាទចង់ធ្វើយ៉ាងម៉េចទៅ The President The Council can you state clearly your intention which portion of that document you want it to be read out, or you want the entire confession to be read out?
Thank you, Mr. President. No, I want to clarify. It is the first page, and that is exactly the ERN number that I have read out, and the document was already on the screen, but disappeared now. And it is from this first page, the handwritten, all is handwritten, sorry, but the annotation, and which must mean one copy for brother, that is the center of this page, and then one copy for brother Noon to deliver to the central zone, and then follows the date 11th of November 77, and this part should be read out and then translated. I'm sorry, I cannot say it in Khmer, but and I would like that then the accused answers to the question of Mr. Siang Van Dee regarding to this part of the confession, and that is what I want. Thank you.
The President, the accused responded clearly to the questions, so there is no need for the chamber to ask the accused to respond again. Of course, the request for the annotation to be read is possible, is granted. Court officer, can you project that document again? The President, the graph here, can you read the writing on the document shown on the screen? This is in addition to what has been said by the civil party in order to satisfy the civil party council. And if you cannot read it out, report to the chamber so that the chamber can instruct the council to read it by herself. The graph here, record, confession of Siang Pon alias Pa, a farmer before arrested, assistant of the Battalion 701, Division 174, Central Zone. The annotation is illegible. The President, Civil Party Council, it cannot be read, and I myself cannot read it. What do you want to propose next? But the chamber already instructed you that the accused clearly acknowledged this is the document from S21.
Thank you, Mr. President. I only would like to clarify then the question to be put from Mr. Siang Van Dee to concerning this annotation and to be put to the accused, so that the accused should be asked if he can read and recognize what annotation is on this first page, and if he knows who has written this annotation and what does it mean. That is what Mr. Sieng Van Dee wanted to know. Thank you.
The President, Mr. Sieng Van Dee, is the statement made by your counsel is what you want? But I do not hear what you said regarding this matter when you spoke to us in the Khmer language. So what is your intention in reading the writing on the screen? I want exactly what your intention is. Can you tell the chamber? The Sieng Van Dee, my counsel is correct, but that is related to my third question. I want to ask him regarding the annotations on the sending a copy to the Central Zone and a copy to Brother Noon, whether this is in fact the handwriting of the accused. The President, the accused, can you respond to the three handwritten lines with the last line indicating 11 November 77 and response to the question of the civil party? The accused, Mr. President, the 28th of October 1977 is the date written by the interrogator. Regarding the annotation, I stopped annotating at that time because I had no time to do it. And Brother Noon did not need my annotation at that time. This is the handwriting of my superior Son Sen, alias Q, dated 11 November 77. This is my response, Mr. President.
The President, can you please read the contents of the annotation, the 2 lines in shortcuts? The accused, Mr. President, it is read as attention, one copy to be sent to Brother Noon, to be sent to Central Zone. And that's all. The last note was just to make sure that no one could add to the annotation except Brother Superior Son Sen. The President, the AV unit is instructed to change to the normal view, and the civil party can proceed with the last question. Mr. Sieng Van Dee, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to put another question through the bench to the accused. The accused said he followed the political line, the party's line, and he said he is a patriotic person. How could he claim that if he only killed Khmer nationals? The President, the accused, are you able to respond to this question? And the accused can be informed that in case you would like to remain silent, then you can exercise your right to remain silent. It doesn't mean that whenever I refer the question to you and then you have to answer, so you can still enjoy your rights to remain silent. The accused, Mr. President, I would like to reiterate that I have never claimed that I was a patriotic person. I never stated this. That's all. The President, the civil party, would you have any further questions? Civil party, Mr. President, I have no more questions. Thank you. The President, the accused, you may be seated. The chamber would like to give the floor to the co-prosecutors to put questions to the civil party if they so wish.
Mr. President, we have no questions to put to the civil party. We only wish to thank him for his statement. Thank you.
The President. Next, we would like to give the floor to the defense counsels to put questions to the civil party if they so wish.
Ms. Caniceris, the defense has no questions to put to the civil party, Mr. President.
The President, the chamber would like to now give the opportunity to the accused to make his observation in relation to the statement recently made by the civil party Sieng Van Di. The floor is yours. The accused. Mr. President, I would like to reiterate that I agree with the statement of Mr. Sieng Van Di, and that's all. Thank you, Mr. President. The President, it is now coming to an end in relation to the testimony, the hearing of the civil party, and it is now also appropriate time to take the adjournment because the AV officials would like to make sure that they can test the IT system which is hooked to the system in France so that we can hear the civil party from France concerning civil party U Tauret, who is to testify in the afternoon session at 1:30 tomorrow. So we need time for them to make sure that the technical glitches can be fixed so that the hearing can be proceeded tomorrow. We would like to adjourn the hearing now and resume the session at 9 a.m. tomorrow. We are going to hear 3 more civil parties, including the civil party who will be heard from France through a remote participation. Mr. Sieng Van Di, the chamber has already heard the complete statement of yours, and from now on, as a civil party, you can either join the proceeding by sitting here in the reserved seats for the civil party, or you may go to your residence as you wish. The security personnel are now instructed to take the accused back to the detention facility and return him to the courtroom by 9 a.m. The court is adjourned. The greffier, all rise.
The President, please be seated. The chamber is now back in session. And we are going to hear the statement of the civil party. And now we are going to hear the statement of Kaing Guek Eav. Please come to the front seat before the chamber. Good morning, Madam Civil Party. Is your name Kaing Guek Eav? Civil Party. Yes, Mr. President, my name is Kaing Guek Eav. Question, how old are you this year? Response, I am 53 years old. Question, what is your nationality? Response, I have a French nationality, but I was born Khmer. Question, what is your place of birth? Response, I was born in Songkat number 6 in Phnom Penh. Question, where is your current address and what is your occupation? Response, at present I live in Chatomok in Phnom Penh. I am a former pedagogical trainer in French, and the training is for the French teachers throughout the public schools in Cambodia. Question, what was the name of your father? Response, his name was Phung Ton. And what is your mother's name? Response, my mother's name is Sun Ti. The President, the chamber now gives you the opportunity to describe to the chamber the events and the facts related to the crimes alleged on the accused Kaing Guek Eav alias Duch and the impact upon you during the commission of those crimes when the S21 was established and operated from the 17th April 1975 through the 6th of January 1979, and the reasons for you to be a civil party and the concrete reparations that you wish to seek. Also, you can express your feelings regarding the sufferings emotionally and physically from those crimes. You can proceed. Response. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Honors, for giving me the opportunity to make a statement before this chamber today. First of all, I would like to describe about my memory and sentiment between my father and I from my childhood to adulthood to adolescent. What I can remember is an innocent and lovely father. And the last time that I saw him, I will describe that, and later on, I will briefly talk about the period of the democratic Cambodia, and that the fact that I did not see his returning. I will talk about our suffering and our great loss after we heard the news that he was executed at S21. Later on, I would talk about our effort to do the research and the results and the responses we received from the accused. Mr. President, through this statement, I would like to praise to my father's soul as a prisoner wearing serial number 16 at S21. With Mr. President's leave, I would like to show some photos, some surviving photos of my father, and the serial number on my father's is number 17, corrects the interpreter. The President, the court officer, please take the photos from the civil party and have them projected on the slide. The President, could you try to adjust the reflections of the light on the projector, court officer? Because part of the photo is whitened.
The President, Madam Civil Party, you can now continue with your statement. Civil Party, thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I just showed you a photograph of my father wearing placard number 17. I would like to pray to his soul. He was handcuffed and pushed onto a truck on the 16th of March 76 and was sent to Tulsline, where he was tortured, dehumanized, and in the end he was smashed. Mr. President, Your Honors, I wish to describe the personality and the quality of my father as a person and as a father who lived in the Cambodian society, who earned respect from people who knew him. I want to make this as lively as possible. My father was a man who had a strong stance, firm but humble. He listens to his children regardless of what the matter was. He paid attention to the children and he always had times for the children despite his busy work.
He never beat any of his children. I have never heard him even using some kind of strong words toward the children. He taught us to love humankind and dignity. My father taught us how to deal with conflicts and how to avoid taking any revenge against anyone, and teaching us how to know the dignity of humankind. And he meant business. He really was a role model. Whatever he did, he left the trace of great model, a person with great wisdom, and the wisdom that is still well embedded with the mindset of all the children. When we grew up, we learned that he was the person who really admired and respected. And we received a very warm care, attention from him at all time, through his attitude, his way of speaking to us, and his kindest affection. And it was a huge sentiment toward us, and it is priceless. Very always he protected us, so he was like a great shadow to protect us from the outside world of hatred and problems. On one occasion, there was a big rain, and I was about 5 to 6 years old, and I went out to play under the rain, and then I fell and hurt my chin without the knowledge of my mother. When I came back home, I was assisted by my father, and he took me to the doctor so that my injury could be treated. And I could feel how caring he was toward me, and he could really heal my pain, the emotional pain. Although 50 years almost passed by, the moment we had been together still haunts me. On one Sunday evening, we walked at the riverfront, and I could recall the moment when he lent me his hand to help me get off the car, and then he put his hand into the open mouth of the concrete statue in front of the royal palace, and then he would joked with me by saying that, look, the lion is now biting my hand. I was back then called Lei, which is my alias name, and I cried when I heard that the lion was biting him, because I was afraid that he got hurt. But he then laughed at me. My childhood memory reveals that I have been very close to my father, and how much care I had also for my father. It is actually my duty now to attest to this chamber the memory, the dignity, the caring father, the things that had been deprived of him during the time when he was in captivity. He was actually the cornerstone for the whole family. He did his best to support the family, and he was the father who educated children to be gentle and humble. He worked a lot. He was a busy rector, the director of the high educational institution. My parents normally had dinner at about 7 to 7:30 p.m. And he would be seen coming to our room to assist us with our homeworks. And he always listened to our problems at schools, and then he would be able to assist us with all the problems. Sunday would always be reserved for our time together in the family. One day, when my mother was preparing some food for the meal that we enjoyed together during the weekend, then my father would take the opportunity to teach us how to be a good citizen, how to be a good person in society. He would like us and as me in particular, as a single daughter in the family, to be high educated, and he really cared for me a great deal. He was the person with open mind. His mind was open to the outside world. However, he really had the idea of the preservation. He preserved the Khmer culture and heritage. I still remember during the 1960s there was a novel, the novel entitled The Nature of Women, and then it had been produced into the film and show at the Soria movie, and I sat next to him to watch that movie together. The movie reminds us of the event because in the story itself the author tried to educate the audience of how parents' love could have been toward their children. Although the mother was departed from the children, then she could really showed her loving nature toward the children. After the Khmer Rouge, I tried to locate the movie, but to no avail. My father never forgot to educate us on several other foreign cultures to understand the world. Very often, my father had to fill missions in France, Swiss, China, South America, and every time when he was there, he would be sending some gifts, souvenir from abroad to the children and the family. As a lawyer, a professor, a rector, and the principal of the higher education institution, he earned a lot of dignity, and he tried to protect the interests of the nation, and he tried to protect Koh Puluvite or Puluvite Island during the time of conflict with the South Vietnam and Cambodia. In 1974, he went with the Navy, the National Navy cruise to that island, and we were anxious because during that time the country was in conflict and that Lon Nol's regime had a conflict with the South Vietnam government, and I could not stop being so anxious, although when I was at school, because I knew that my father would be on the way to that island, and I had been so anxious until the moment I could see him back home. And I would like to also tell the court that my childhood and my adolescenthood, actually, I have spent the entire period to be in the very good care of my father. When I turned 18, I wanted to study law because I would like to take the footstep of my father and as advised by him, and he was a great role model, a very righteous role model, and as a daughter I would really love to follow his footsteps, and he never refused to allow me to pursue my education in law, and I was waiting to be granted the scholarship to continue the education. However, a few months later, my mother told me that actually my plan really worried my father because he told my father that he was afraid that I would not be well treated because if I studied law, then I would be close to him and close to the politics. I would like to now proceed with further statement. On the 16th of August 1968, at about 10 o'clock in the evening, a group of police came to arrest me. I could hear their footsteps, and they started to search my room. And then I was half awake, and I could see my grandparents, and I was shocked. I ran to take refuge under the arms of my father while the police kept on searching the room. I remained close to my father, but my mother told me to go and be close to my brothers. I tried to be close to my father, of course, because it was so warm. However, I could not really contest my mother's advice that I had to go to see my brothers. And in the morning, I woke up. I did not see my mother. And I could expect that she would be in my grandparents' house. My grandparents' house is close to my house. And I went there and saw my mother. And my parents was very sad. And I knew that my father was arrested. I was very terrified because I was afraid that he would be also arrested and killed in Tropang Kreleng like the other people who had been executed there previously. However, I was consoled by my grandparents when at that time I was 12 years old. A few weeks passed by. Children were allowed to pay a visit to my father. And I still remember the moment when the door opened, we all ran to hug him. My mother and my youngest son, my youngest son was cradled by mother, and she gave him to my father to continue cradle him. And at that moment, it was so moved that even the guard could not hold back his tears. Next to the bed, there was a table for writing, and there was a piece of paper in which the writing of my father could have written in it. And no one could talk anything. And then we were separated. Before we left, we looked at the door which was closed behind us. A month later, during lunch, my mother was not present because normally she would be taken the meal to my father at the detention facility located at Tuol Kok. I ate lunch together with my brothers, and I heard the footstep of my father coming, and I saw him coming back home wearing dark green pants, and I could see a few policemen following him. and the children left the lunch table to greet him because we all were happy to see him back home. He was still under surveillance of the police, and he was put in the house arrest for the following 3 months. This event really is still in my mind. I don't understand why such a good family, a good father like him, was accused of being the Khmer Rouge. He was a normal man, a noble person who would like to protect the liberty and would like to provide the opportunity for the poor to be able to continue their education, and that's all. And I would like to proceed to the 16th of March 1975 when my father was departing to Geneva. In the evening of March 1975, I was still reviewing my lessons because students at that time had 2 shifts at school because a lot of people would be seen running from the liberated zones to Phnom Penh, and school could school days was reduced. At about 3 p.m., my mother shouted or called me, and then I could see my father, who was already at the ready to depart. She looked at me without saying a word. It was a very strange moment of departure. Having noted this moment, I could now see that at that time my father could have already envisaged the disasters that could have happened to the family ahead during his departure. I and my brother saw him off at the airport. At that time, I could not concentrate on my study or homeworks because I was so anxious. And a few years later, we learned that he died. And I asked her to recall the accounts of what happened to my father after he finally departed from us. My mother told us that after he was well dressed, his close secretary, before he was to be leaving, he removed his shirt and lied on his back, and my mother was seen to give the massage to him, and she noted that my father did not want to leave the family. It was some kind of omen that he could see that something could happen. So his worries could be well expressed in his facial expression. And it was at the moment that he was speechless. At about 7 p.m., we were expecting his phone call because he promised that when he reached Bangkok, he would then call us. We started to feel very worried already when he left home to the airport, because at that time we could hear that there would be a lot of bombardments everywhere in the country. Later on, we received the phone call that he was in Bangkok. That was the last words or voice we heard from him, the last moment that we heard from him. The evening of 16th of March 1975, we were announced, we heard on the radio broadcast that schools would be closed because there would be severe bombardments, and that students were not advised to go back to schools. A few days before the 17th of April 1975, my mother received a letter from the Foreign Ministry. In the letter, we learned that he would be back home. I would like now to proceed with the 17th of April 1975 event when the population of Phnom Penh was forcibly evacuated. At that time, I was so shocked to see such exodus carried out by the Khmer Rouge, and it was worse because there was no presence of my father. Fortunately, my grandfather could assist us with the evacuation. However, he could not be the right person suitable enough to replace my father. We went together on the direction to Kampong Chnang. My parents born in Kampong Chnang, and they would like us to move to Kampong Chnang to do the rice farming as ordered by Angkar. Since we did not have any kind of means of transportation to travel to Kampong Chnang, then we let Angkar decide to which direction they would wish us to go to. Then we moved to Sector 21 and finally Sector 505. Like the other women, I was moved to mobile units and would be made to do farming in various places according to the orders of Angkar. Starvation, forced marriage, this kind of thing I could escape. Luckily, I could avoid being raped or avoid the forced marriage. During the regime, I could not stop thinking of my father. I wished he were with us to share the moment and I knew that he was in France. He was fine. By having said that, I mean, first I would like him to be with us, but however, after all, I knew it would be better off for him to be there. At least I knew he survived in France. In later of the year, there was a big flood at Sector 505. And I did not know why. At that time, I was so anxious, and I had a vivid nightmare that I saw my father in the dream. His body was swollen. I could not see his face, and he was speechless. And I did not know why he did not talk anything in the dream. And I could still feel uneasy about this, and I asked a permission from the chief of the unit to go home. And when I came home, I did not see my mother. I met my grandfather instead. I shared with her the account of my dream, And I told her that I was afraid my father would be in big trouble because I saw him in the dream and he was not in a good shape actually in the dream. And a few years later, of course, that dream came true because the dream gave me the indication that my father would be in trouble, obviously. In Khmer Rouge regime, when I saw the old people the same age as my father who had to work under the sun, the baking sun, and I could imagine how difficult life could have been, and I thought that it would be very fortunate for my father who would not be there anyway. On one occasion, I went to the place where I was asked to write my biography, and I wrote the details, the truth of my family, myself, my parents, in order to make sure that this information I put in the biography could be communicated to the upper echelon of the Khmer Rouge so that my father could locate us. However, unfortunately, I did not know that the biography could end up being in the hands of some bad people, maybe, and that could lead to the arrest of my father. But I don't know, maybe it was true that because of that biography that my father was arrested later. I did not know until now whether the biography was torn apart or thrown in the garbage bin, but who knows? During the regime, the Khmer Rouge regime, whenever emergency came, whenever I had to be exposed to the starvation, I could not talk because the 17 April people were regarded as prisoners of wars. So we were deprived of our freedom, liberty. We were put to plant rice at the rice field. And I was left on one occasion in the jungle because the people did not like me. They left me alone in the jungle. Luckily, some senior women loved me and then gave me a ride home.
Last time when I was carrying salt on the Seda Dam, I saw people who were defeating from the battlefield. I dropped the carrying basket and then I ran away together with those flock of people. I kept running due to fear and excitement until I could not move any further due to the number of people who were also running. I did not know where to go. I did not have anything with me. I only had the clothes on my body and I did not know anyone. I lost all my family members. I could not find my mother. I only saw people scattering and running everywhere. At both Lieu sub-district, it was nightfall, and I went searching amongst those groups of people, and I heard the voice of my mother. I looked into that direction. I saw her carrying a torch, shouting for the names of my two younger siblings. I met her, and she took me to her group, where I saw my handicapped sibling and my grandmother there. I left with them by taking the boat crossing the Mekong River and continue our escape as ordered by the Khmer Rouge, who gathered us together with them to go to Bangket Mountain. And later, as there was a village chief who was nearby, and the son of that village chief had a radio, and he tuned to the channel of the Democratic Cambodia, but instead they heard the voice from America channel, and we learned that Phnom Penh failed. So we went down the Bangket mountain, and I met my aunt, who was forced to get married by Angka. So we together made our journey through Crochet, as we had no food to eat, and we would starve to death if we keep running. So we returned to the last village where I stayed. But upon our arrival at that village, we did not have any rice to search for any rice. And I would like to tell the President and the Chamber that when Angka evacuated us on the 17th April 75 to our native villages due to the announcement of the fear of bombardment, and my native village was in Phnom Penh, and over there I had nowhere to stay. So I had to move by the order of Angka. And when the Khmer Rouge were defeated, we ran to the village where we used to work and stay there, but they refused to give us anything because everything which was communal at the time became private property of those villagers, and there was nothing left for us to eat. We had to think deeply on what we had to do next, and finally we decided to go back to Phnom Penh, which was a long journey from Crochet. And we could not walk on our feet for this long journey, and we had nothing left, no diamonds or no gold to exchange for the trip, or no transportation. We then decided to make a bamboo raft, and then we made our journey on the Mekong River from Crochet to Phnom Penh, and we reached Phnom Penh in February 76. Next, we stopped at Prek Takung, and we exchanged the raft for 20 kilos of rice, and we stayed at a monk residence in Prek Takung Pagoda. In order to solve our food, then my younger brother worked as a boat carrier, transporting people across the river in order to get rice to feed us. And my mother wanted to look for her younger brother who disappeared. And we heard that my father actually came to Cambodia and he was killed, but none of us believed. All of us still had hope that he was still living in France and that one day we will meet him. We did not know the extent and the scope of the killing committed by the Khmer Rouge regime. And I always thought, regardless of what happened, my father would be untouched because he never mistreated anyone. Nobody ever displeased with him. And then I heard that one of his friends was still alive, and he came to meet us at Prek Takung. That uncle only spoke of two words, that Brother Tont was lied to, and that he gave up his children and family. I was shocked. I was wondering what my uncle was talking about. I was moved. I looked at the bucket, the water bucket, and I pretended to carry the water. In fact, I tried not to let them see when I cried. At the riverbank, I saw my youngest brother, who was 10 years old plus, was also weeping quietly. I tried to hold on to my tear, not to let him see me crying or weeping. Then I came up
and my uncle could not say anything else. He just looked at us. His tears dropped because a lot of members of the families were no longer with us. From the departure on the 17th April 75, and on the day that we met him, half of his families disappeared. We live in a situation full of suffering and despair, and nobody dared to ask or add anything to such suffering. I only heard of people talking about the disappearance, about the deaths, about the starvations, deaths and more deaths. Bad news kept coming up about the loss of the family members, friends, and relatives. We were living and we were trying to find jobs. We were trying to find something to eat, and we were also wiping our tears. But at the same time, we were glad that we survived from that dark cloud regime. I was still thinking of my father. On one side, I was still believing that he was still alive. On another thought, I thought he might have been killed, as they said. But then my hope disappeared gradually from my mind and heart. I was shocked, moved, because I saw my mother and my siblings survived, but unfortunately for him who was living abroad came to die in his country. We received subsequent news. Some people said they saw him at a technological institution, and some said they lived with him at Bang Trobek, Talei, and some even said on the day of the 17th April 70, on the 6th of January 79, he was seen carrying a backpack, making a journey to Siem Reap. So we were unsure and we were undecided or divided on the fate of my father. But nobody talked or said anything about S-21 at the time. One day, in about October or November 79, after the rainy season, I returned to the house of my mother's cousin at Salle de Gaulle. She left her Kampong Chanang native village to live in Phnom Penh. I would like to tell the chamber that I found a job at the Phnom Penh port, and from May, and when I left with my mother's cousin, it was in either late October or early November, and I still can clearly remember that the rainy season was finished. At that time, there was no currency yet, and everything was sold on the exchange for rice. After I returned from the house, my mother's cousin and another woman who was selling sugar palm, so I stopped her and exchanged rice with that sugar palm. That woman wrapped that sugar palm with a piece of paper, so I put it in my bag and made my trip. However, somehow I wanted to see what is on that piece of paper, since I did not see anything in writing since 1975. That piece of paper was either in a form of a newspaper or magazine. Along that Salle de Gaulle street, I unwrapped the sugar palm, and on that piece of paper I saw a snapshot of my father along with other victims' photos. And under his photo, his name was written, but I could not believe that was his photo. I thought they must make a mistake, and I refused to accept it. And I told my mother that it was not my father's photo. But my mother looked at the photo and she acknowledged it was his photo. So my mother and I became pale, speechless, shocked. And we kept making our journey home without saying a single word. We did not know that people were killed everywhere. When I saw that piece of paper, then I realized the existence of S-21. His photo, he was skinny in his photo. His eyes were hopeless, and there was a piece of placard hanging from his neck displaying number 17. I was still wondering what happened to him, as he knew those Khmer Rouge leadership as they used to be his former students or colleagues, as Khieu Sampon and even Ieng Sari. Their help was not far from ours. So for us, I could not believe that those intellectuals were the ones who were responsible for the death of my father. I still could not accept it. And I would like to continue regarding my survival after that stressing moment of learning the news of the death of my father. Later on, we learned that the Tul Svai Prey High School was turned into S-21 or prison or Tul Slang, which was known later on and at present time. My mother and I went to that location to search for the truth, to make sure whether my father was killed at that location. We walked from the department of the municipal port to Narodam Boulevard and then to the Mae Pleung Street, and we saw the high rise of those buildings. I was excited and shocked, and it was so quiet and scary, as it was the buildings to house a ghost. I entered the building, the wooden building, and at that time there were only about 20 people who were looking. I was shocked to see such a scene. I did not go to the location where those group of people was looking at something. I went to building C. I went upstairs, and I saw individual cells next to each other. My mother leaned against the wall as she could not move. I was also shocked by witnessing such a scene. And then it came gradually to my mind that my father might have been detained here. I looked and moved from one individual cell to the next, and I realized that only one prisoner was detained in each individual cell. And there could be plenty of prisoners who were there before and after the detention of my father. My mind was unsettled. I tried to look for anything to identify my father. Unfortunately, I found nothing. My mother called me. As she saw me running up and down, she called me to return. I left with despair. My body was so light that I could not feel anything. I saw the amusement boxes. I saw nothing humanized in that location. I saw a pile of clothes of prisoners. I saw the shackles, the long bars, the torturing tools. Despite the many months of the defeat of the Khmer Rouge, S-21 still had the stench of blood, the smell of people dying still lingering in the rooms. My mother and I returned home, and along the way, nobody spoke any word. because we were so shocked beyond our belief. That night, my mother and I wept quietly. We slept turning back to each other. We did not want each other to hear our weeping. I did not want her to feel more pain and suffering, and she felt likewise. We slept under one mosquito net, one sleeping mat, and through one night we kept weeping, and only we were so hopeless. Many years have passed, and the suffering was still in my mind, and it's deepened. Every time I talk about it, my throat seems to be stuck by something, and I could never fed up with weeping. Only recently that I could speak more about the event. My feeling of scare and fear that I lost my father at age 21, and gradually I could not see him alive anymore, as he was smashed by age 21 after he was tortured, dehumanized, and even if his skeleton remains, I did not know where it was or how he was died, and how could I accept that as a daughter, and that I still respect and held him in high esteem. Many months have passed. Mr. Ung Bach, the survivor from I-21, came to my mother's house and asked for the photo of my father, of him wearing his robe, his law degree robe, and also a photo of him wearing number 17. Many months, many weeks have passed, and Mr. Bach returned and said that his document was found. It was a preliminary interrogation which contained 4 pages, and the document ER number is 00188839 until 43 in the Khmer language, and in French 00188444 246 in French. My younger son made a copy of these documents, and these documents are the testimony that my father was sent through S-21. I read the confessions 0020430810, and the interrogator was Mom Nai, who interrogated my father, and Mom Nai himself acknowledged during his testimony before this chamber regarding the interrogation of my father. After I learned of the death of my father, my uncles took care of my 2 younger sons, and my another uncle also took care of my 2 other brothers in order to help my mother, and they were given education. My mother and I lived together, and my mother had no ability to raise my children anymore. I feel I miss my father so much. I lost the breadwinner of the family, the person whom I always turned to when I had trouble. And my mother was only thinking of committing suicide. My family fell deeper into the tragedy. That is, how could we survive facing the daily living condition with such emotion? My mother reacted so strongly to the loss of my father. She didn't know what to do. With the 3 young children and in her widow status, previously we all relied upon my father, and frequently they thought of committing suicide. Her deep psychological impact was so serious, and nobody dared to talk or explain to her because it was so extremely difficult for us and for her. We did not know what to do or which solution we should seek. I look at my mother. She was not in her best status. Her mind was not with her. And my two younger brothers tried to work hard in order to support themselves. And I myself continued to live with my mother. I was so frustrated with the situation that we lived. We tried to survive. Although we survived from that regime, we have now to face the challenge of being survived in such a situation. At that time, there was no social assistance or no psychological assistance from any organization. We both tried to comfort ourselves in order to survive, and my mother wanted to comfort us so that we could study and should find our future. She talks about the sacrifice of my father, that he gave up everything to return to the country in order to be reunited with the family, and that we should study hard to pay respect to my father. In about late 1980, I received a scholarship to study in the former Soviet Union, and my other brother also went to the former Soviet Union, and another one went to the East Germany. The rest tries to find work in Cambodia. During the 5-year period I studied in the former Soviet Union, I missed my father every single day. I thought of how he was killed. One night I dreamed of him. I saw only half of his body floating around in the sky near the location where he used to talk to us at our former house. He was floating around and he called my name. Ole, I already died. I woke up from the dream. I tried to feel the wall. I touched the carpet, and I realized that now I'm no longer in Cambodia. I was in the Soviet Union. But whatever happened to my father back there was still a mystery. For the rest of the night, I could not sleep. I wanted to return. I wanted to go back to see S21, but I could not come. I imagined of the times in the afternoon when the cook finished making the coconut juice. Then I would take the juice to him while he was sitting in the hammock in the house. And my dream was reoccurring frequently on that occasion when I would go and get him the coconut juice or the tea. Despite the scopes of the gravity that fell upon my family, we tried our best to rebuild our family, to find the new life, a new path for our lives. But the loss of my father is the pain and the suffering that cannot be forgotten. One part of my heart, with the deep love for my father, by now filled with suffering, wound which cannot be cured. Mr. President, I am still thinking of my father even at this moment. the older I grow, the more I think of him. And I even think of him more when my children talk to me. When my child talked to me that one of the teeth was about to fall off, and it reminds me of the time when I talked to my father. And at that time, he would take me to a dentist. And only later on, several months later, I smiled at him, and that I did not like the shape of my teeth. He would smile at me, and that would make me comfortable. And when my child opened the mouth and talked to me about the teeth, it keeps reminding me of the time that I talked to my father. Mr. President, it is almost 12 o'clock now, and I'm still only halfway. Would you want me to continue? The President. As the statement is long, and it is now appropriate time for lunch break, you cannot continue. So the chamber will now adjourn for lunch. And the chamber would also like to inform the parties to the proceedings and the public that this afternoon we will continue to hear the statement of this civil party, and per our scheduling as amended yesterday, we will also hear the statement of another civil party, Siêng Van Đi. However, due to the technical problems of the IT unit, which the chamber requires to hear the testimony of another civil party, U Saurat, who has to participate through video conferencing, which will be held tomorrow starting from 1:30 p.m. And the chamber received the news regarding the technical issues that needs to be resolved, and that it needs time to do it. Therefore, for this afternoon, the chamber decides to only hear the testimony of this Kaing Guek Eav, and if the time is available, then we will hear the testimony of the civil party Siêng Van Đi. But if the time is too short, then the chamber will not proceed with the hearing of this civil party's statement, as we will then hear the testimony of the civil party up to 3:30. So please be informed of this. Security guard, take the accused back to the detention facility and bring him back this afternoon before 1:30. The hearing is now adjourned. All rise, says the graphier.